Oh, so maybe I don't have you like. Oh, I wonder if.
So I don't think this is working. When I've used this before, so doing like two of us in the room.
So I wonder what's this one for?
I think that depends.
Oh.
So I don't know if everyone has that plug.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Jason, how are you?
Okay, I just sent you a text because I went to the original calendar invite link and was in the waiting room like 10 minutes. And I guess you never, I said, do you see me? Well, and then I saw where you
Oh, sorry.
had started the
Yeah.
meeting. And so Alex says she's not able to get in right now.
Oh, well, I
So
just
are there multiple meeting links?
nope, shouldn't be.
Hmm.
I was on and in here, but I wasn't letting people in because I'm in a different conference room today, and I just had some issues getting the camera set up. Like we have another camera in here, but I don't think it's working. So I'm just running stuff off of my laptop.
I used the link that was in Alex's June 4th email, and then that was followed up with the tab 2 attachments, and got right in.
Okay, that's good because I was worried that a lot of people might have the same problem I had.
We use Teams, so when it's popped up as joining on my computer, I just joined. So
Can you all hear me?
yeah,
Okay, good. I'm at the office today and my setup changed. So want to make sure everything works. Do you mind if I just test sharing my screen? There's a third
Yeah.
monitor, so I want to see where it shows up.
I would
Go
like
ahead, Kate.
to. I would like to do that as well with mine.
Sure.
You should all have access to share.
Yeah, go ahead, Kate, and then after you're finished, I'll test mine if we have time.
Sure. Right. Do you see the agenda changes?
Yes.
Awesome.
You good?
Oh yeah, you go for it.
Can
Okay.
you guys hear me? I cannot hear you.
Yeah. Hi, Tim.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
But
We
dial
can
back
hear
in.
you.
I can see your action plan update, Jason. Looks good.
Okay.
Yep.
You see it? Okay, so it's presentation mode.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Great, because I have never used the feature in PowerPoint where you just click present in Teams. I've always done like share screen, so I just
Is-
wanted to try that before.
Is that called PowerPoint Live?
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I mean,
know what you're
in
I think I accidentally used that once, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting."
yeah, it's in the top right of my PowerPoint screen. It just says present in Teams, but then when it popped up in Teams, it popped up as PowerPoint Live.
And apologies, I just saw your note, Jason. I had my phone muted, so as I was
Okay.
getting this set up.
So Ryan, on the budget presentation, I'll just
Yes.
run through my part and then turn it over to you to do your part of it. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
Okay.
Do you guys know, is Alex having issues getting in?
Yes, she is.
Do you want me to email Alex, Jason?
Well, she's restarting her computer right now, and she said it
Oh,
decided
okay.
her computer decided to do an update when she did the restart.
Perfect timing.
So without
Um,
Alex, is there someone else from the staff who could do attendance and cover the proxies in her place?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
I can do a roll call. I don't know that I have notes on proxies, but we can ask.
Yeah, I have those. If she's not on by the time we start, I'll pull those up and I can do the proxies.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just know of one, so.
Yeah, I think we have at least 4.
I'm keeping an eye on letting people in, and I'll keep an eye on the chat. So that's my tasks.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Thanks, Gary.
This is, no, I'm in.
this is waiting for the. Oh no, I'm in.
Okay, let me let her know.
Then maybe Jason, if you or Ryan could just give me a heads up if you see Alex joins. Thanks.
Sure will.
Thank you. All righty, well, looks like 1 o'clock Eastern time has arrived. My name is Tim Schaefer. I'm the Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission, and welcome to my first time chairing this board meeting. I apologize for not being as eloquent as our former chair, so you got my Northeast Mid-Atlantic accent, not his wonderful Southern drawl. So call this meeting to order, and we'll kick off with a roll call, please. Alex, who is our dynamite assistant for this, normally is having some technical issues, so I'll turn it over to Jason Olive to call the roll, please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stan Allen.
Here.
Okay. I can't look at the screen, so everybody please sound off when I call your name. Doug Austin.
I'm here, Jason.
Sharif Branham.
Jason, Sharif is not here. I am attending in his absence.
Okay.
Scott Miller.
Thanks, Scott. Julie Carter.
Here, good morning.
Right. Gene Gilliland.
Here.
Right. David Golden.
Here.
Great. And I have as proxy for Chris Horton, Gene covering that. Paul Wagner.
Here.
Right. Carter Cruz. Carter.
He looks like he's on, Jason, but maybe just muted.
Okay. And I believe there's a proxy for Mike Leonard. We have Connor or someone else for Mike?
Connor is going to be a little bit late, but he will be here.
Okay.
Jason?
Yes.
Carter's here, and I'm proxying for Jake as well.
All right. Thanks, Carter. Steve Lohr.
Steve is out, but Nat Gillespie's going to serve as proxy. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Nat. Peter Machicki. All right. Dave Mico. Right. I know Dave is planning to be here. Chris Moore.
I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Right. Brian Moore.
Here.
Right. Ian Nakayama. I think Ian was he gonna have a proxy, Kate? I know he's not gonna be here.
No proxy, and he won't be here.
Okay. John O'Keefe.
I'm here.
He is on, Jason.
All right. Steve Perry, I saw you, talked to you already.
Yep, here.
Sam Rauch.
Here, and I have to step out briefly during the middle of the meeting, and Karen Meckley will be my proxy when that happens.
All right, thanks, Sam. Adam Ringia. Okay. Pat Rivers.
Here.
I believe Tim Schaefer is here.
Yes, sir, here.
All right. Risa Shimoda.
So
I'm here, and I need to leave at 3:15, so I might go proxyless after that.
All right. And Carter's already said he is proxy for Jake Slager.
Peter Machicki is here, and so is Dave Michael.
All right. Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Jesse Trusinski.
Hi, everybody. I'm joining you from the land of the midnight sun. It's going to be getting a little bit late here in Norway, so I'll try to hang in with you at least through the voting, and yeah, I'll go proxyless after that. So thanks.
Great. All right, Ted Will. and Charlie Wright. Okay. That's all. Alex has sent me an update that she's still having computer issues, so we'll just letting you know, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, so we do have a quorum. So would one of the other staff members be able to pull up the agenda on the screen for us in Alex's absence?
Yep, I have all the slides, Tim, so I'll put that up now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and as we're getting rolling here, again, for the folks that joined a little late, again, I'm Tim Schaefer. I'm the new chair of the National Fish Habitat Board. Thank you for participation today. We have a couple of new faces here. Would like to not Dave's not a new face, but certainly in a new role. Dave Michael for Steve Gerton. Paul Wagner has filled in for going to be taking Ann Kinzinger's place. We also have Dave Golden, who's the new NEAFWA representative. He rolled into my spot after I assumed the AFWA seat, and Charlie Wright is the new Alaska Tribal representative. Thanks to everybody there, all those folks for their first meeting since election in January. Did I miss any other than just a proxy? Did I miss any other new board members?
I think you covered them.
Good. Well, welcome everybody. And, you know, we're all in this field together. There have been a lot of changes at among our federal agency partners, changes in staffing, changes in funding capacities, folks juggling new and perhaps reassigned roles. So I would say, you know, ask questions if you're new to this game. If you're curious at any point during this agenda how some of the changes that agencies that you work with might be manifesting itself with NFHAP, speak up, and we'll plow through this evolving reality, or as I call it, a new federalism relationship together. With that, we'll see a couple agenda changes thanks to Alex and T. And I do want to thank all of the NFHAP staff that just do a phenomenal job of keeping this thing on track. You'll note that we did move up the budget discussion, moved up the Beyond the Pond update, as well as an executive session that we anticipate having, but still expect to wrap up around 4:30. We are going to be you'll note that the votes are going to happen immediately after the board executive session around 3:20. So if you do need to take off at any point, hopefully stick around for that. But I will emphasize that those updates, the staff is really judicious with what they put before you. So if it's on the agenda, they do think it's something that merits sticking around and listening to. So with that, I think the first order of business that we have on the agenda would be, Alex, want to advance the slide here, or excuse me, Kate. Again, oh, sorry, and I already hit these pieces here about the transitions. We talked about Dave Michael, talked about Paul Wagner. You can see the changes that we've got for fish habitat coordinators. Gordon Smith is departing in Hawaii. Lisa Hollingsworth Segedy, longtime partners of ours here in Pennsylvania, will be replaced by Pierce Van Valkenburg. Great Lakes, we've got a change from Justin Quixote to Susan Wells, and the Western Native Trout Fish Habitat Coordinator, J.D. Davis. Martin Koenig, I assume that's how you pronounce that. So lots of new faces here, but welcome to this endeavor that we're all in together. So next slide, please. So Kate, I just want to make sure, did we need to approve and Jason, approve the meeting summary and actually approve the agenda? Should we do that right off the top, Jason?
Yes, we'll take a motion for that.
Yeah, apologies for missing that step here. So if I could so you would have received the board meeting summary from the last meeting. If we could get a motion, please, for those, if you've read it, motion to approve the meeting summary from the last from the January board meeting, please. Motion to approve that.
This is Jesse Trushansky, so moved.
Thank you, Jessica or Jesse. Get a second?
Second.
Pat
Carter.
Rivers, second.
Great, Pat Rivers, second. Any opposed? Okay, so the meeting summary is approved, and that if we could also get a vote to approve the meeting for this agenda, please. Motion to approve this agenda.
Steve Perry,
So moved.
I'll move that we go ahead and approve it.
Great, thanks, Steve. Second.
Risa Shimada, second.
Great, thank you. Any opposed? Good, so the agenda is approved. And again, thanks again for Kate for pinch hitting for Alex as she has trouble joining us here today. So the first thing that we do want to turn it over to our partner Dave Mico for a Fish and Wildlife Service update. Dave, it's all yours. We have Dave Mico. Jason, did you say you saw him here?
I'm here. I'm speaking to myself.
That's okay.
I got you, Tim. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm new to this Teams thing. Not really. Good to see everybody. Good to see friends in the conservation community. As Tim pointed out, lots of change happening in federal agencies, Fish and Wildlife Service included. Steve Garten did retire in April. Took one of the opportunities to retire and get on with his life's work. With that vacancy, acting director Paul Souza. Paul is his day job is regional director for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Region 8 in California. He's our acting director at the moment. He had asked that I step up and serve in this role as liaison or the services representative to the board. I'm also serving on my day job is also the assistant director for the Fish and Aquatic Conservation Program, but I'm now an acting deputy director for operations role with the service overseeing the regional activities across the Fish and Wildlife Service. Martha Bayless Larson, who is the deputy director for Fish and Aquatic Conservation, she is in an acting position as acting assistant director, backfilling for my vacancy. So we've seen a lot of that step down throughout the service and across programs. We are probably, just to give you an idea, I was just actually writing this down for a different reason yesterday. I think we have 4 vacancies in our regions with regional directors across the country, and around the same number, 4 or 5 vacancies in the assistant director hallway here at the main interior building for the service, with folks stepping into acting roles across the agency. So it'll take a little bit of time yet for us to settle out. I'm sure as many, if not all of you know, Brian Nesbitt has been nominated as the next director for the Fish and Wildlife Service. We do not have a confirmation date for Brian as of yet, and are waiting for him to receive his floor vote before being named director. We do have 3 politicals in the building, though, in the Fish and Wildlife Service hallway. Josh Corsi, he's senior advisor to the director, who will be advising Brian when Brian arrives. Josh is from Wyoming, started a mule deer group, and I apologize for not knowing the name of that, and also had a popular podcast. He is engaged and understands conservation. Ron Schindler is a counselor from Texas, is part of the political team here in the main interior hallway. Ron has some ties with industry, experience with industry and with ESA. So he'll be working, I suspect, when Brian arrives, on a lot of ESA issues for the service. And then just yesterday, Keaton Spitzer arrived here as a special assistant to the director. We do expect one more, in addition to Brian, one more political. That would be the principal and deputy director in the next couple of weeks to be named and arrive here in DC. So we're working to transition those folks into the building. As you're well aware, the Department of Interior is engaged in reorganization efforts across the federal government, and that's impacting how we do business as we take on new roles. So we appreciate that understanding, that patience with us. You know, I'm learning words like ESA and 4D rules and 10J rules. That was not in my vocabulary is fish and aquatic conservation. So learning a lot of ESA stuff here in this position. We're doing that across the service. I appreciate your support, guidance, and patience with us. I think this change in reorganization only heightens and highlights the need for us, as we have been doing recently, but to work together in conservation, to put good conservation on the ground. And we appreciate your willingness to lean in, support us where you can, and of course we'll continue to support you all where we can. Certainly NIFHAP being that collaborative state-led effort, I think not only on habitat conservation, but the work that you do that increases public access to recreation fits in line with this administration. In Trump 1, Trump 45, a large effort on increasing access for anglers and hunters across the country that we're seeing continuing in this administration. And I think your roles there will be beneficial. And I think also we've heard in the Oval Office, President Trump mentioned the importance of invasive species control, and where the work of this team here can amplify that message would be valuable for us to share the importance that NIFHAP plays in that realm as well. As far as our budget outlook goes, not a whole lot of clarity yet on the budget. We are operating under a continuing resolution for FY25. Largely there might be a 1% decrease in funding, but largely expecting the same funds as we did last year. Reduced buying power because of inflation, obviously. The one difference here is that instead of receiving all of our FY25 funds at once, we're getting it essentially in monthly increments, and that's changing a bit of the way that we distribute funds as we receive them. We can't send them out until we have them in our system, so that's been causing a little bit of a challenge. The FAP funding remaining level in 25 at just under 7.2 million. Let's see, hoping for level funding in 26, but again, we don't have numbers to share at this point in time. But do expect that in FY26 we'll start again on a continuing resolution of some sort moving forward. So again, not much to offer on budget at this point, not a lot of clarity on the budget. I'll give a brief update on Fish and Aquatic Conservation Program, and then obviously take any questions that you might have. As many of you may remember, FAC, Fish and Aquatic Conservation, started a strategic planning effort last year. We're continuing with that effort. We largely have the first draft completed. We put it kind of on hold until we get more clarity on Brian Nesbitt, the director's goals and objectives. Once he is seated, so we can incorporate those into the strategic plan. Our goal is still, if Brian is confirmed in a timely fashion, to have that plan out before the end of the fiscal year, so it starts FY26 with a fresh strategic plan for the next 5 years. I spoke briefly about Trump 45 and the desire for increased hunting and fishing access. We in the service, and we in FAC, are trying to message our hatchery production and providing recreational fish as an opportunity. It's not just opening up gates and providing access to lands and waters. It's providing access to recreational opportunities that wouldn't exist without those fish being there. So trying to make that message, make that pointed message on how hatcheries play into that increased angler access across the country, and the work that we do in the service, and we'll share that message in the work that you all do. Those folks that have hatchery operations here that are from the States. As part of our reorganization, we have consolidated a number of programs up under the department. Part of that is our entire HR program, our Office of Conservation Investment that impacts many of you. Some other functions have been rolled up under the department. We're still working through, a large scale change. What's helping us maintain as much consistency as possible is that those folks that you've worked with in the past from the service are reported to different supervisors, but at the moment are remaining service focused. Those functions have remained the same. So those folks that have remained with the service are essentially doing the same job they were in the past, just reporting to a different supervisory structure. Let's see. I think maybe I can end there and just ask that if you see challenges as we work through this change, if we're missing things, as we take on new roles and responsibilities that we've lost, quite frankly, that expertise and understanding of how things work. It's not always written down. New folks take on new responsibilities, and we may drop some things. We need to communicate. We need to hear from you if we're missing something, because we probably don't know we're missing it. It just wasn't part of someone's portfolio, and they didn't know. Folks were looking for a certain level of support. So please communicate with us early and often. So I'll pause there, Mr. Chair, and take any questions folks may have.
Great, thanks, Dave. Any questions for Dave? Good, Doug. Well, I do take him up on the offer to ask questions, to make comments, and I would say not only with our partners there at the main office, but we all have Fish and Wildlife Service partners throughout the country, regional offices, field offices, you name it. Take advantage to get to know the new players that are there, introduce yourselves, and just kick off this new relationship on a good foot. I will put a plug in for the Fish and Wildlife Services, and thank you for the Partner with the Payer program that continues to do great work around the country, as we all are a little antsy about what the future might bring. Everybody on this call benefits from the Support Fish Restoration and Boating Trust Fund that is up for reauthorization next year. And so, thanks to everybody on the line for continuing to espouse the good work that all the state agencies and our partners do with those dollars. And if you haven't had any of the industry partners out in the field with you to see your fish habitat projects, encourage you to do so. Great program with the Fish and Wildlife Service that helps to tout the benefits of those excise tax dollars, which are part and parcel of everything that we do here. So, Peter, you have a question for Dave? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay, got me?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we had Bergen up here last week, and I got to spend a little time with him, and I was just kind of surprised that you get your impression of an administration, and you kind of decide for yourself before you meet some of these people that they're going to be a certain way. And we had a lot of federal agency folks with us. We had a little pep talk with them, and he was knowledgeable and engaged, more sensitive to the obvious impacts that I expected. So what began as, oh my God, I can't believe what's happening in these agencies. In some cases, I don't know. I was encouraged. What's the feeling from the agency at this point? Because I'll tell you, he knew more than I expected him to know, and he seemed sort of more aligned with a lot of our objectives than I expected as well.
So, yeah, appreciate the question. I'm assuming you're in Alaska. I apologize for not knowing that. Is that?
Yes.
I know the secretary is up in Alaska meeting with folks, and I talked to our regional director, Sarah, who had high praise as well from the visit. So it sounded like a very positive visit. I've not met the secretary, so I haven't had that conversation with any conversations with him. But all the folks that I've heard that have interacted with him have had, as you, positive feedback. I can say that the folks that are here, the politicals that are here in the hallway, Josh, Ron, have stepped right in. They understand conservation. They're becoming part of the team. I think, speaking frankly, we're gonna, they have indicated they know they're coming into a situation where staff morale may be not at its best. So they recognize that as people going through change. Change is always difficult. Saying goodbye to folks that they didn't expect to say goodbye to so soon, and taking on new responsibilities, right, and all that. So we're talking about how we work together to understand that challenge of the puzzle, that piece of the puzzle, and also understand the excitement that, right, the new director's going to have and the new director's appointees are going to have here in the hallway to get things done that they want to accomplish in a 4-year period. And those two things are going to have to work together, right? They may not fit perfectly. So we recognize a lot of excitement, but recognize a lot of expertise, and a desire to put good conservation on the ground. So maybe a long way of answering your question. We're hearing good things, from our interactions.
Good. Well, I love kicking off the meeting on an optimistic note. So thanks, Dave, for that. And thanks, Peter, for that question. Kate, could you pull the agenda up here, please? Moving right along here. Next topic for the agenda. One of the things that I've asked staff to do is to give a little more attention for the board on the NetHap budget. It is something that's our ground rules for how we operate and what we spend money on. But thought it would be really good for there to be, I think, more awareness of the board than there perhaps has been in the last couple of years. Not a knock on anybody, but just we haven't talked about the budget a lot. So I want to make that a more regular part of the discussions of the board. So I'm gonna have Jason and Ryan go through the status of the FY25 board budget. It's going to include a little bit of adjustment on staff support related to the work with AFWA. And then we'll also talk about allotments for the National Fish Habitat Assessment, and then also support for the Pacific States database management work they do. So turn it over to Jason and Ryan to tag team this, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you see the slide I have on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So this is just one slide, and as the chairman said, he has asked for us to provide this information, which I think's a great idea. All the board should know this, how all the funds are divided up, and so I'll just start with the funds that go to the FHPs are in the top left corner there. The first number, the 3 million some odd going to projects, 2.3 million going to coordination. And so then you go to the middle and the total amount going to FHPs is 5.4 million. And I just want to point out that, it's a little misleading, particularly the coordination being at 2.3 million. And the projects being 3 million, because the investment in coordination, just this current fiscal year, we're somewhere between 10 and 15 million in external funds that have been brought in by the coordinators between America the Beautiful, the Delaware program that some of our FHP coordinators have been critical in helping get those funds to do projects on the ground. So I just want to point out that 2.3 million is not putting work on the ground. It's putting a lot of work on the ground, and that doesn't even include the 44 million in federal highways aquatic organism passage program funding that was put on the ground, or is being put on the ground in Alaska, that our Alaska FHP coordinators had some direct and indirect coordination for a lot of those projects. So many millions of dollars being put on the ground in projects by that 2.3 million in coordination. So just wanted to make that point. But even with that, you can see 80% of the appropriation goes to the FHPs. The Fish and Wildlife Service support, it's a little under 13%. And that is based on the what previous board member Steve Girton called the Glide Path, which was to provide the support for the FHPs as well as the project awardees with getting the awards processed, and just supporting the FHPs with a single point of contact across all the regions, as well as the support that myself and others in headquarters provide the board and to the FHP. So that's where the Fish and Wildlife Service support goes. You can see the NIFAP board operations, which I'll let Ryan cover here in a second, but I'll just go ahead and mention the assessment, that $131,000. That's a little less than half the total amount for the assessment. We were fortunate enough to receive a multi-state conservation grant covering the remainder of that this fiscal year. So the number for FY26, if we don't receive another multi-state conservation grant, that could go up quite a bit. But anyway, given that we're at 131,000, about 2% of the budget. And then as the chairman mentioned, the database support that goes to Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to work to develop and support the project tracking database, dashboard, all those amazing tools that Kate supports there. That's the funding that goes to support that. Altogether, a little over 6.7 million for the appropriation. And as we have discussed in the past, the authorized amount in the ACE Act is 7.2 million. And so we're 436,000 below the authorized amount. Now, as Dave mentioned in his report, the total amount going to NIFAP in the services budget is 7.2 million, but that includes the 400,000 in science and technical support that the service gets under a different line, which we use to help with permitting and compliance for each of the projects. So that's the totals is about 7.2 million, but the appropriation for the NIFAP board to distribute 6.7. So that I'll let Ryan talk about the board operations and kind of what's included in that, and then we'll take any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. For the NIFAP board operations budget line, essentially that covers board meetings, hosting of the in-person board meetings, as well as the virtual meetings that we have. It also covers travel support for board members that need travel support to get to the meetings, and it covers some of my work at the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies and my support to the board.
Hey, Ryan, since we have some new board members, could you mention with that support for travel, how that works for those that want to take advantage of that?
Yeah, sure. We have a limited pot of funding, and I guess the first instance that somebody will see that really advertised is when we send out the advertisement for our September board meeting that's coming up, which will be in person or hybrid coming up in September. There's a note there that, if you are going to seek travel support, to just please let me know. And it is based on a reimbursement basis. So, we would be able to, look at the budget and potentially cover hotel, flight, and lodging for board members. So, but we obviously want to have a heads up on that, so folks will see that noted in the upcoming September meeting announcement that'll be coming out.
Okay, good. Well, again, thanks to Jason and Ryan for going through the. Yeah, Sue, I have a question there, and I don't recognize the face or see the name there. So if whoever's got the hand raised,
Ted Will.
Ted, please.
This is Ted Will from Georgia. Jason, or I guess Ryan, on that the coordination figure, and I get the kind of that's your guy. I guess 6 staff. Is that what we're talking about? 6 full-time staff and all other. Where you're having to utility. I mean, what is that coordination 2.3 million? What does that count for?
That goes.
Do we have a breakdown of that?
Yes, that goes to the 20 fish habitat partnership coordinators. That's
Okay.
so it's maximum of 125,000 per fish habitat partnership, and it's an odd number because not all of them take the full 125,000. So that's what that number is.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That helps.
Sure. No. So Ryan's staff support is covered in this, and as is mine. Other staff and some of Kate's and other staff are covered by their agencies.
Good question.
Yes. Thank you. Anything else? And Mr. Chair, before we move on, you mentioned, Ryan mentioned the upcoming meeting in September. We have Alex on the phone, and she would like to cover the upcoming board meeting schedule. And if Kate could pull that slide up that has that on there, certainly happy to take any more questions about the budget if anybody has anything, but just wanted to try to insert that in before we move to the next agenda item.
Okay, well, thanks again. And if there's additional clarification or details that anybody would like regarding the budget, don't hesitate to ask. The board should understand how that works, and happy to answer those questions. So looks like Alex, we got you on the line here.
Yeah, can you hear me okay, Mr. Chair?
Hear you just fine. Yep, so go for it. We got the board meeting schedule slide up here.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Apologies for my technical difficulties on my end, but thanks, Kate, for pulling that up. I just wanted to refresh everyone's memory on the schedule for the remainder of this year. As Ryan mentioned, we'll be meeting in September in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The 16th through the 18th is the timing for both an in-person FHP workshop as well as a board meeting. So the 16th and 17th will be, the first part of the 17th will be the FHP workshop, which we encourage board members to attend if they're able. And then the board meeting will take place the afternoon of the 17th and all day on the 18th of September. So we'll be covering a few things during that meeting. Obviously, it's a great opportunity to get face-to-face time with FHP coordinators as well, especially for our new folks who are still wrapping their heads around exactly how NFHAP works. This is a great opportunity to have a lot of that face time. And I just wanted to mention that you should all have a calendar invite that Ryan sent around for the elements of this meeting. We recognize there's been some shifting in roles as well, so please reach out to the staff if you do not yet have a calendar invite. We'll make sure to get that your way. And following this meeting, we will be circulating the hotel block information for that September meeting so you can make your travel arrangements. And then we will have one final board meeting on December 2nd virtually, just like this meeting, where we will review the updated action plan, some reporting information, and committee updates as needed. Kate, can you go to the next slide for the September meeting? So we will be meeting at the Cambria Hotel Bloomington in the Mall of America in Minneapolis, and the room block will be held for Monday of that week through Saturday of that week to allow for folks to have that travel day. As I mentioned, we will be sending around that booking link following this meeting, so watch for that email. And then the schedule is down below, as I mentioned. So a full day workshop on Tuesday the 16th, half day workshop in the morning, and then the board meeting will pick up the afternoon of the 17th and wrap up on Thursday the 18th. Just wanted to highlight that for you all. Happy to take any questions on that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, any questions for Alex? Okay, Pat, anything from you? Not put you on the spot there with our Minnesota host.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is Pat Rivers. I'm out of St. Paul, Minnesota today, and we look forward to having you in Minnesota. For those of you that are interested, I've got 2 Boundary Waters permits. I've got 6 seats in a canoe and you could see a sunset, kind of like what's my background. I've heard from a number of you, but I do have a few spots left. September in Minnesota is a tremendous time to be here. We will have opportunities to recreate on the Minnesota River as well if I can work that out with Jason and Ryan, working on with a nonprofit group that maybe could have an evening event. So we look forward to having you in Minnesota.
Great, thank you. All right, no questions on the budget or on those logistics? If there we could, pop the agenda back up here just because we had some changes. So note that with our next topic, we are going to be having the vote after the executive session. We have a new, I could brief you on that now, but we'll do all the votes after executive session. We do have a new nominee for the commercial fishing industry. It'll be Sarah Schuman. Sarah comes with a lot of qualifications for this role, has 20 plus years of experience with commercial fishermen, lots of experience advocating for the importance of fish habitat, and I've told divides her year between Rhode Island and Alaska. Sounds like a pretty cool gig. Academic training in social science, but a really strong, firm grasp of the commercial fishing industry and fish habitat needs. Again, we'll use a voice vote to confirm the appointment to the NIFHAP board. Alex and I believe we'll do that after executive session. But is Sarah on the line here with us now? Do you know, Alex?
I don't believe Sarah's joining us today.
Yeah, she's not on.
Okay, got it. Okay, all right. Good. Well, that was quick on that agenda. Again, that was just more of an update, and we'll do the vote after executive session. So moving on, one of the beefiest things that we'll be talking about here is a presentation of our FY26 fish habitat conservation priority lists. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in for this. And Stan, we'll turn it over to you. For those that don't know, Stan is also the NIFHAP board vice chair, and we'll turn it over for him for this agenda item.
Looks like you have a hand up, Mr. Chair, like Mayor Machicki.
Sure.
Yeah, yes, sir. I looked, did not see the application or the resume for Sarah. Did I miss that on one of the emails? I saw that there was one coming. Should I look again?
Yeah, it should have, Mayor Machicki, this is Alex. Yeah, that was distributed around to board members only following the email that was sent with the materials, just because that goes to a smaller crew, but I'm happy to resend it to you right here so that you have it in front of you.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Let's Stan and Brian. If one of you guys are talking, you're on mute.
Oh, helps if I take it off mute, huh? Good morning, afternoon, everyone. For those of you who've been around for the past year on the board, this is the introductory part of this will be, you've heard this before. For the new board members, people involved with this process, I'm going to run through some quick reasons we do this every year and let you know about a subcommittee basically that all of you are welcome to join in the future. So next slide. So I'm going to walk through the board responsibilities and requirements for this process, go through recommendation for development or revisions, final recommendation summary. We will basically end this and, as Tim said, later vote on pushing forward the project proposals from the board to the Department of Interior. And then we'll follow with a potential motion, which I guess, Tim, we're holding till we vote after the executive session.
Correct. Yep.
Next slide. So every year we form a team this year we had the most we've ever had on this team. So thank you all. I went through, run through all the names here, but we basically break up into two teams, and this team this year did great as usual. So thank you all. ASAC requirements. Why do we do this? So I won't go into gory detail of all these, but basically this is the fish habitat partnerships submitting their vetted project proposals for on-the-ground projects, and they also submit the background information for their FHP coordination funding. So these are the sections of the ASAC that requires us to do this. Some of the changes from this, FHP operations funding are no longer considered fish habitat conservation projects. So we don't have to submit these to the Secretary of Interior for further approval. So those are set aside after we get through this process today, to follow up on separately whenever we figure out what funding we do get next year. So FHP operations funding requests, go ahead, go back to that slide. The board can approve them as a budget item, and so we're going to have some discussion about that later as a budget item, but not an ASAC required action. So next slide. As I mentioned, there were two groups that scored 12 to 13 FHPs. I think everyone scored 12 this year. We developed funding tiers out of this based on those FHP scores. FHPs are scored on project submittals, are scored on hard and soft ASAC criteria. Justification for operational funds. So overall application quality and completeness. So I'll add there that I think everyone on the review team this year is in agreement that these keep getting better and better. So congratulations to all the FHP coordinators out there and FHPs for I think we're starting to get this dialed in. FHP operational, you're going too fast for me, Kate. FHP operational funding did not require a federal match this year. Previous years, we did include those as projects, and they did require to show match. And after we're done with this process, probably within a week or two, all the FHPs will receive a report with their score and reviewer comments. So we always like to follow up with all the FHPs on how this went, what can be improved, what can we improve on the process in the future. So we also get back together with the team and board team and basically hopefully keep improving this. Next slide. So some of the minor changes in the FY26 project list. Great Plains Fish Habitat Partnership, that is moving to WAFWA as their host organization, sponsor organization, fiscal sponsor. Ohio River Basin FHP changes in the project list. The operational request should read 125,000. So recommendation from the board review team, all proposed projects should be included in the board recommendation to DOI with implementation contingent on available funding. All of you received, after Alex sent out the board book, a separate email that listed all of these projects that we're proposing to move forward. So we have 107 fish habitat conservation projects to advance to the Secretary of Interior for consideration. And it's excluding the board, as I said earlier, the board operations and FHP operational funding for a total request of 7.38 million. That 7.38 million also came along with, if we could fund it all, 27.2 million in leverage funds. So as you can see, the NIFAP takes what I would consider a fairly small budget in the world and turns it into lots of great things out there. So my ultimate dream is to be able to fund all these projects. Board operations proposal, we just had a previous discussion about the board budget. This is kind of what that board budget looks like this next year being proposed. Next question. Board staff recommendation. So the board staff and I recommend that the complete board operations proposal be approved by the board. And next slide. This lays out the overall what we're moving recommended for funding. So I guess I could call for any questions at this point on.
And just procedurally, so we are going to have an opportunity to discuss the projects in executive session, but just any preliminary questions here for Stan from the group.
So I will say for the people who are new to this, this is a fairly consistent proposal from the board. This is in line with the number of projects and the amount of funding that we've put forward in the past.
Mr. Chair, Julie Carter has her hand up.
Julie.
Thank you, Stan. I was just curious on the board operations. If you could go back to that slide, if we could look at the board operation cost breakdown.
So yeah, board operations would be basically Ryan, travel support for the board and FHP coordinators and staff. Project tracking database development and support, which is mostly Kate. And the board assessment data system maintenance. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, the board, that's the assessment. As we said earlier, that is a full amount that is requested for this next year, and depending on if we get multi-state assistance, again, that would come out of that. So that would go down if we did get multi-state assistance again. Gary.
Yeah, if I could just fill in a little blank, that label for the assessment is incorrect. It's really completing the board's national assessment. We've got about half of it completed this year, enough to make a congressional report, but not enough to complete all the various components that are needed to ensure that we have a complete product for the FHPs and for the board to work with. Thank you.
So yeah, that funding would also go to getting it up on the system, basically, so it's available to everyone.
Carter.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Gary, mostly for Gary. What's in that 270? Is that mostly contracted, or is there some salary in that? How does that break down? Doesn't have to be in depth.
So there's very little salary in there. So there's a bit of money for writing up any report based on that. There's about 10,000 for that. The rest of it will be going towards Michigan State University and our contractors there to complete the various assessment components. It's about 1.75 FTEs plus some other miscellaneous personnel costs in there to complete it. And that's to do the work in Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, adding information that is of interest to the FHPs, improving the ability for the FHPs to get access to the information, along with incorporating any available information that we can on lakes and estuarine areas. So that's the leftover parts that we were not successful in completing with the initial go around.
Thanks, Dave Golden.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Just a question about the two attachments that were mailed with the different projects. Seem to be divided into two categories, one operational funding and the other more on the ground project proposals. And I'm just curious how the decision is made and the amount of funding that goes into those two different buckets.
So as was mentioned earlier, starting last year, or basically it's this year, the FHP coordination funds can be increased to 125,000. So the partnerships and the FHP coordinators basically work with their steering committees and decide what their budget for coordination needs to be. So there's a mix of some that request the whole amount and then justify that, or some that don't and justify that. The other list is basically the projects. So these are on the ground projects, and those are, go through an RFP process with each individual FHP, and they basically push them forward to the board for funding. So they've gone through the vetting process with each individual FHP, and they've ranked them basically. Anyway, does that answer your question, Dave?
Somewhat. I'm wondering if the amount of available funding for those two categories, operational and coordination versus project, if that's determined in advance, or if it's just based on what projects come in within a given fiscal year.
It's just dependent. I mean, the coordination funding can only be 20 FHPs times 125,000. So there is a bottom line total that it will not exceed that at this point.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's what projects that each FHP proposes and submits to us, knowing very likely that we're not going to have funding to fund them all.
Yeah, I see. Thank you. So there's a limit on the number of operational groups that are eligible for that operational funding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Stan, you mentioned multi-state grants, and if they come through, could you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, so throughout the history of NIFHAP, we've had a variety of different times when we've submitted proposals through multi-state process, or the FHPs have, or in this case, Gary has on behalf of NIFHAP and the science and data team for the assessment. And, many years we've been successful on getting that additional funding, which does defray, in this case, the costs of the assessment work, which does help, basically all the states in the country. So.
Okay, thanks.
I know, Tim, you go to AFWA. I don't know if you're on one of those committees, but
yeah, not that
anyway,
one, but
okay.
that's helpful, I think, for everybody. Okay. So we are going to hold, in case there'd be any in executive session, we may get into some personnel issues related to things that are in the budget, but this is for awareness here, and then what we can dive into with some more detailed questions once we go to executive session. But any more questions for Stan? And was Brian going to have a role in this presentation? I saw him in the heading.
Brian's going to lead the discussion in executive session.
Got it. Okay, good.
With my backup. Yeah.
Okay, doke. Well,
Mr. Chair, this is Alex. Could
Yeah,
I
please.
chime in briefly?
Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to clarify, I'm not sure that Stan mentioned this in his presentation, but for those folks who are new to this process, I just want to clarify that the project list that we send to the Department of Interior for their approval is much more inclusive and includes as many projects that FHP's put forward that meet the ACE Act criteria. But we typically are only able to fund a small portion of those. But in the interest of getting them all approved, just in case, the priorities shift around or other projects receive funding elsewhere, we typically submit that broader, longer list to Interior. So I just want to clarify that that full project list is typically much longer than what we can actually afford to fund, but we just try to be efficient with our approval process that way.
Great, thank you.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. And Jason, did I see a hand for you pop up somewhere in the discussion? Are you good?
Yes, Stan covered it.
Okay.
What I was going to say.
Okay. All right. Any more questions for Stan? Okay. If not, we'll stay ahead of schedule here. And Therese Thompson is going to give an update on Beyond the Pond. Again, we'll have a vote after executive session. But Therese, could you even, I think, since we do have some new board members, give just a minute or two, or maybe even three, historical context on what Beyond the Pond is here before we jump into the topic at hand here.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. And actually, the current Beyond the Pond chair, Kelly Hepler, is also in, and I think he wants.
Yeah, and you're a little faint, your voice there, please.
Shoot, this happened last time too. Okay, is that better?
A little bit, but not great.
Kelly, are you on?
There. Magic works. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, and thank you, Therese. We've been active since the last time we had a chance to talk to everybody. It's been a godsend since we had Therese Thompson come in as a contractor. There's quite a bit of work that we've done as far as where we are in our bylaws and our membership, things we need to work on. And Mr. Chairman, as you alluded, we're going to ask the board to vote on new members for the Beyond the Pond board after the executive session. I do want to just take a very quick moment. I've been involved in this process with NIFHAT for many, many years as a vice chair, lobby Congress trying to get the ACE Act through. Many people on the phone are friends of mine. I want to say one of the greatest things I've had a chance to work on really has been working with NIFHAT. The work that our partnership's done is just awe-inspiring, and a lot of people aren't aware of it yet, but it is. And Tim, I certainly appreciate you coming into your busy schedule. As a state director, your involvement with APWA to run this. Stan, your involvement has always been, just a godsend also. So I want to thank everybody for that. It's just, this is probably the last time we'll officially probably, talk to the board because I have other things I'm involved with. And I think Teresa is going to give me the boot off the board, which I understand completely. Teresa, I'll turn it over to you to give that background that Mr. Chairman asked for. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I have no idea what's wrong with my microphone. I had this problem last week too. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's a little faint, so just speak as loud as you can, please.
Okay. Kate, can you forward the slides?
That's better. What you just did, whatever you did, keep doing that. Okay.
So I did include a slide here with some brief background because I know to some of you this is old news and to some of you this is new. But back in 2015, June of 2015, NIFHAT incorporated a 501c3 organization called the National Fish Habitat Fund. And it has always done business as Beyond the Pond. But our legal name is the National Fish Habitat Fund. So like any 501c3 nonprofit, we have bylaws. We're incorporated in the District of Columbia. We have a board established with set rules on the number of board members that overlap with the non-federal members of the National NFHAP board. We do have a website. More recently, Ryan has set us up with an online donation portal called FlipCause, which I'll talk about in a minute. It's been working great. And then just to kind of catch up, last August, I guess it wasn't last August, a whole year ago, August and December of 2023, we had a contractor do a stakeholder assessment and some visioning. That was done by Strategic by Nature, Inc. And so we are working off of that to kind of reboot Beyond the Pond. And then I was hired part-time, mostly to do administrative and then to help with some of the governance stuff. Kate, next slide. So just in very, very, very high level, this is what we're working on. This is most of my tasks for 2025 and 2026. Coordinating with the NFHAP board to develop a clear understanding of the mission, vision, direction, and relationship and value of Beyond the Pond to NFHAP. Reviewing and recommending changes to Beyond the Pond bylaws, and that's what we're talking about today in a minute. Organizing strategic thinking and planning sessions to create a working business plan, evaluating the Beyond the Pond brand to ensure best possible positioning to communicate the NFHAP mission and individual FHP's missions. Next slide. Coordinate an exploratory process to develop a national theme or themes or messaging to develop fundraising and communication strategies. Also looking for low-hanging fruit for additional fundraising success. And then a huge part of what I've been working on so far is this sort of back-end administration, looking at planning and operational systems so that we can have enhanced board oversight, leadership, and attention of a new Beyond the Pond board to those systems. Next slide. So very briefly, our accounting is managed by Zick Accounting Associates based in a suburb of Denver, which very coincidentally is where I live. So that actually is a wonderful little coincidence. They gave me and Ryan online access to our QuickBooks in May. And then I went through and did, I call it an internal audit. I am not an accountant, but I wanted to compare, especially with all our grants from Bass Pro, I wanted to compare the expenses with what we promised in the grants and just kind of look over everything and make sure everything lined up, which it did. Very briefly, the FlipCause donation portal is really slick. It allows donors to choose, they can just donate generally to Beyond the Pond. They can also specify which FHP they want their money to go to. And then it gives us reports on the back end. So we're able to track donations very easily by FHP. And just a couple of examples recently, Lori Maloney at Eastern Brook Trout Joint Venture is using it very regularly. She even has a recurring donor on there. Pacific Lamprey FHP, Joan, ran their annual Lamprey conference registrations through FlipCause. So we were able to take those funds and like I said, the system marks them for Pacific Lamprey. And then Fishers and Farmers have also used us for their Watershed Leaders Forum. Next slide.
Hey, can I ask a question, Teresa? How did those FHPs know about it, and how do other FHPs find out about that opportunity?
And Ryan, you can chime in here. I think they all know about it. I don't know that they all know kind of what it could be used for. And I thought the Pacific Lamprey especially was a really novel idea. So they were able to take their annual conference registrations. Basically, we were their bank. We took the registrations for them, and then they used those funds to pay for costs associated with their registration.
So Tim, I'll just add that, we try to reference, Beyond the Pond is available to the fish habitat partnerships for grant opportunities, but certainly with having really kind of no staff for it, so to speak. We just kind of did it as a, as available basis, but we certainly made the fact that, Beyond the Pond is there. It is a 501c3 nonprofit to utilize. We made the partnerships aware of that. So.
Good.
Next slide, Kate. So I did want to revisit, for those who didn't know, we have received 2 significant contributions from Bass Pro Shops. The US Open funding back in 2022, which was almost 1.6 million. And then in 2024, we received a $500,000 donation in the form of a grant from their outdoor fund. So that was last July. So we've granted out $362,483 so far for 8 projects. And then there's 3 additional projects to be decided. Bass Pro Shops focus, their passion is reservoirs. So far, he who has the gold makes the rules. So the rules for their money so far are that money's going to reservoir FHP projects. They did agree to let Beyond the Pond keep 25,000 of those funds. That's just 5% for indirect. Honestly, that's too low. I don't think any nonprofit or for-profit group in the whole world can run on 5% indirect. So I'm trying to bump us up to at least 10%, and that's something the new Beyond the Pond board can talk about. Anyway, 3 of those 8 projects are already completed. And then Doug Nygren is uploading these projects. They're on the NFHAP projects dashboard for those who didn't know. If you go to the dashboard and choose Bass Pro instead of NFHAP, you can see the projects. Next slide. So this is a list of the projects funded so far with that $500,000 from last summer's outdoor fund grant. It's really more just so you have a record of it. Next slide. I'm not going to talk about each project. And then just last week, we submitted another $500,000 grant application to the 2025 outdoor fund cycle. Ryan spoke with the folks, and it sounds like we should get the money again. We will know the status of our application by mid to late July. And then again, their priority is still reservoirs, and Reservoir FHP has generated a list of 9 projects identified for potential funding. We're not going to have enough funding to fund them all. But, and then, like I said, we did request $50,000 for Beyond the Pond indirect, including $3,500. We'd really like to make a video highlighting the project accomplishments from these Bass Pro donations or contributions. Next slide. So these were the potential projects submitted for the 2025 Outdoor Fund Grant application. And again, these are all, this isn't me deciding, this is the Reservoir FHP, and they have their own process that they go through to go through their applications and choose projects. Next slide. I think that's it. That's it as far as my slides go. So we have 2 chairs, Kelly and Tim both, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you want questions. I wasn't sure if you want me to just keep going and we'll pull up the recommendation that you'll all be voting on.
Yeah, why don't we just any just background, any Beyond the Pond general questions for Therese or Kelly before we get into what we need to do with reconstituting the board. So any questions? Looks like Carter's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Therese, just curious on the projects that are selected for funding through the Reservoir Partnership for Bass Pro money, is there, this may be a silly question, but are some of those projects that were applied for NFHAP monies too, or was there a separation there, or how did that work?
That is a good question. Is Doug Nygren, are you on the call? Is my understanding those were NFHAP applications that were not able to be funded by NFHAP funding? Doug, are you on?
Yes, I'm on the call. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We, for 2026 in our RFP, for large grants, which we max out at $75,000. Those that applied could determine in their application whether they were interested in federal funds, Bass Pro Shop funds, or if they'd be willing to accept either. So we went through the process of scoring and ranking. For those folks that said they only wanted Bass Pro Shop funds, those were considered in a separate pile from the rest that were interested in receiving either set of funds. So what we had is two lists, one for federal funding and another list for the Bass Pro Shops. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Very clear.
Thank you.
I did want to interject one more thing quickly that I just realized I didn't say. I want to keep the relationship with Bass Pro going. Like, that's absolute top priority for me, and I think it will be for the new incoming Beyond the Pond board. I want to replicate the success we've had there and start bringing in that kind of funding so that we can fund projects for the other 19 FHPs.
Great. Look, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question with the request for increasing, I guess you call it overhead, to take some of that Bass Pro money for overhead, given that Doug and the Reservoir Partnership is shepherding some of that load, is some of that money being considered to be transferred to the Reservoir Partnership for the work that they're doing on their side of that, the scoring, the, you know, whatever goes into to that side of it?
It is not. That's a very good question, and I will make a note of that to talk to the incoming Beyond the Pond board. That is to pay our expenses. So my time, the accounting firm, we do pay for the Flip Cause portal, like, you know, it's to pay our expenses for Beyond the Pond. So in a perfect world, in a normal grant, I would have asked for 500,000 and then add the 50,000 on top. But because this was a established relationship, you know, we feel like we didn't want to come off as sounding too greedy. So I don't even know if they'll say yes to the 10%. It might just be 5%. But Gene, that's a very good question, because I know all the FHPs, having been a coordinator, they have their own expenses. It costs money to bring in money and then manage that money. So I will make a note of that, and the incoming board can definitely talk about that.
Thank you.
Pat.
Thanks. I'm not sure this applies, but I wanted to share it as a really good example. Pheasants Forever started as a local chapter-based conservation organization with all the money raised staying very local. And I wonder if there's a way to apply that to Beyond the Pond, kind of beyond the FHP, even more local. At some point, if we get to a critical mass with that, where you could keep it to a state or ideally a reservoir or what have you, that might be a challenge to keep track of. But I think if people see their dollars going locally, it's easier to invest. Great work, Teresa. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great comment. Right now, only the FHPs, Beyond the Pond can only raise money, but I don't see any reason why an FHP couldn't make, like Winty did this, you could make one reservoir or one site your priority. And then when you could put out information saying, if you donate to Ohio River Basin for the remainder of this year, the funding will go to X project. We could do something like that through Flip Cause. Phone is buzzing.
Any other questions for Teresa or Kelly? Anything else from you before we shift to the board? Oh, looks like we have a question from Steve.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, not a question, but I did want to compliment Beyond the Pond, Kelly and Therese for the advancement that has been made over the last year is tremendous. So just wanted to congratulate you both for making that progress.
You're here. Agreed.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, I want to also thank Kelly and Ryan through sheer grit and determination, have brought in this Bass Pro Shop funding and granted it back out and kept the train on the tracks. So thank you both.
Well, and for those of us who may have occasion to be around folks from Bass Pro through AFO or other channels, definitely any thank yous in particular that we should be making to specific individuals.
Bob Zemer for sure. Anyone else, Ryan?
Morgan Sarvis, who's on Bob's team. I don't know if folks know her, but she works in the Outdoor Fund. She's pretty a critical point of communication, at least from my end. But yeah, definitely Bob Morgan.
I don't know if it'd be appropriate, but if it would be, a letter from me as the board chair on behalf of the whole board, would be happy to do that to Bass Pro or anybody else who's making contributions. We just make that a standard matter of practice to thank those who need to be thanked.
Thanks, Tim. And we did make when we had the grant in 2024, we did have a nice thank you, and we had some donated artwork from one of our former Beyond the Pond board members that we were able to present to Bob at an AFWA function, which turned out very nice. So, but yeah, good to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Pat, I'm just thinking, we will be in Minnesota here before long. Is there a Bass Pro or a Cabela's presence in the vicinity? We could maybe invite someone and thank them in person.
Yeah, Ryan, there's one in Woodbury about 20 minutes from Bloomington.
Okay, if we're in their backyard, let's do that. That'd be nice.
I love that. That's a great idea.
So Kelly, any thing else from you before we shift to the selection of the board members?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. All good comments from the board members too. I appreciate your interest. Thanks.
Good. Yep, you bet. So Tarif, we'll shift gears from what Beyond the Pond is to how we're going to keep Beyond the Pond operating here.
Great. And Kate, can you share that recommendation?
Is this what you're looking for?
Yes. So was this in the board book, I hope?
Yes, it's tab 3.
Okay, excellent. Kate, if you can scroll down, we're going to just start with the summary there. Oh, you went a little higher. So, it's a little tricky, a little higher. Okay. I feel like I've been screaming into my computer, so I'm getting.
But it's working. You sound great. It's working.
Good. I'm glad I'm here alone. So the bylaws of Beyond the Pond stipulate that they shall have a board of directors of between 8 and 12 people, and that no less than 3 of those members are selected from the non-federal membership of the NIFHAP board. And that is to guarantee sort of that, we're like this in lockstep. I also put in here, the bylaws state that individuals can be recommended as a slate or as individuals by the non-federal members of the NIFHAP board or its successor board. Each Beyond the Pond director hold office for a term of 3 years, and no director shall serve more than 2 consecutive terms, nor more than 4 terms total. In the event of a vacancy, the chair of the NIFHAP board can nominate a candidate to fill any vacancy, and then the nomination is viewed by the NIFHAP board. And again, the non-federal members can elect directors by majority vote, either at their next scheduled meeting or by email if the meeting is more than 4 weeks away. So as we scroll down, and I put a table in here, all currently serving Beyond the Pond board directors have termed out according to those bylaws. Mostly where we got hung up is that the consecutive terms limits. So everyone who's currently, the 6 people who are currently serving on Beyond the Pond board have all served more than 2 consecutive terms. And then I also went ahead in this table, the first 3 people, Johnny Lecoq, Doug Boyd, and Christy Plummer, were the people from the NIFHAT board who are also serving on the Beyond the Pond board. And those 3 people have all left the NIFHAT board. So we've kind of got 2 things going on here. You no longer have NIFHAT board members serving on both boards, and then you also have this terming out, basically. Can you scroll down, Kate? So we have 4 current non-federal members of the NIFHAT Board of Directors who are interested and excited to be nominated to serve on Beyond the Pond as directors, to take the place of the members above who are no longer NIFHAT board members. Additionally, Debbie Hart Peterson, who's been the coordinator of Southeast Alaska FHP since, I want to say 2014, and I think she actually helped get that FHP to become an FHP before that. She has agreed to be nominated to join the Beyond the Pond board representing the FHPs. And then we have a man named Daniel Wagner, who is the Senior Vice President of Regional Sales for First Commonwealth Bank. And he has also been recommended to us, vetted, and has agreed to be nominated to join our board. And I'm hoping he will agree to be our treasurer. All the other executive positions like the chair and the secretary would be voted on by the new Beyond the Pond board the first time they meet. So we are recommending a slate of 6 candidates. We went ahead and staggered the terms so that everyone doesn't start and end at the same time. I'm trying to build in some sort of institutional memory and succession planning. And that is in this table below. Like I said, as directed by its bylaws, the new Beyond the Pond board will vote on its officers once it meets with its new directors. I did want to stress that Kelly Hepler will continue to serve as chair of the Beyond the Pond board until the new board votes in its new chair. And this is mainly because we're in this period of transition and we still need a chair who can approve, invoices, contracts, whatnot, between now and when that new board, the incoming board, meets for the first time. Do you want me to go through the list, Mr. Chair?
Sure. And then reminder, we'll when we break into executive session, we can have discussion about this and then come back and do the votes in public. But yeah, if you just want to
Sure.
quickly go over who we got here.
Sure. We've got Julie Carter. So she represents the Regional Association WAFWA on the NIFHAT board. She's the Aquatic Wildlife Branch Chief, otherwise known as a Fish Chief for Arizona Game and Fish. We have Carter Cruz, who represents the National Private Landowners on the NIFHAT board. He's the Director of Conservation for Turner Enterprises. We have Jake Slager, who represents corporate industry on the NIFHAT board. He's the Senior Manager for Colleges and Universities for Coca-Cola. We have Jessie Trzynski, who represents agricultural production on the NIFHAT board, and she's the Chief Science Officer for Riverence. And then, as I mentioned, we have Debbie Hart Peterson, who's the Southeast Alaska FHP Coordinator, and Daniel Wagner, who is with First Commonwealth Bank in Pennsylvania. I think that's it. I think that's my last, right? Okay, I can see you. Oh, okay. I did include their bios. Hopefully everyone, for Daniel and for Debbie, everyone else you all know because they're on the NIFHAT board. And I did want to say one more thing. We still, in talking with Lane, AFWA's legal counsel, this list we're still short 2 people. And that was Lane's main concern, that we need to get up to our minimum of 8 board members as soon as possible. So the other thing I will have this new board do pretty much as quickly as we can is get 2 more people nominated that the NIFHAT board can then vote in. We can go up to 12 Beyond the Pond board members, but we are required to have 8 and we only have 6.
So Therese, what sort of skill sets are you looking for in the additional 2 members you're looking for?
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I think we need at least one more person who has a network, probably with corporate America. I wouldn't mind someone else who's maybe an attorney. So typically on nonprofit boards, you have a banker, you have an attorney, you have certain skill sets, as you just alluded to. I would love to have someone with maybe a legal background. We do have a fairly long list of, when I was talking to all these people about their interest, people were giving me ideas of other people who might be good board members. So I do have a fairly long list already. Obviously, we only have spaces for 2, possibly a few more after that. But I don't want to add people just to add people. Like, we're choosing
Sure.
very carefully.
Good, good. Happy to hear that. Okay, well, thanks for that. Any questions for Therese? Okey doke. Well, I think that, so I think that'll do it. And we continue to be ahead of schedule here. We are gonna, the plan is to break into executive session and again, Jason, Alex, Kate, help me through this. This will be for, just logistically how this executive session is going to work for the board members. Ryan, could you explain that, please?
Yeah, sure. I can run through that, Mr. Chair. So we have a breakout room, and it is comprised of board members, staff, and designated proxies. And I think I caught everybody. I'm able to kind of go in and look at the settings. So that group will break into a room, and then the rest of the meeting attendees will be in basically their the regular meeting. So, and then the board will come back.
Okay. So it looks like we have a half an hour budgeted for executive session. Don't know if we need that, but let's just we'll keep the half hour, and that can also include the breaks if anybody needs it from the executive from the board. So I guess we'll call us into executive session now at 2:31, and then we'll come back at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock to resume the public part of the board meeting. Did I do that correctly, Ryan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Why don't you do what you do here?
Okay.
Good. Just hang tight.
Yeah, everybody should be coming back here momentarily. All right, Kate's back. That's good news.
Looks like it's working.
Yeah, I think I actually had to physically go in and close the room.
Alrighty, and
Hey,
now,
Ryan,
Go
I'm noticing that Mentimeter icon is not on the top in this particular room. I don't know if that's gonna be
No,
a problem.
it will pop. It should pop up, Dave. That you should be able to use it, and I'm gonna open it up right now.
so if I might though, I mean, we just went a pretty long time. If I could ask for just a 5-minute break here, please. Let's 5-minute break and let's come back at 3:35, please. Thanks.
Kate, would you mind pulling that agenda back up real quick, just so I could look at it? Thank you.
Sure, I was gonna add a slide saying we're on break, but
Oh, okay.
I can pull it up.
I can put it
quickly.
in the chat.
Oh, yeah. I'll pull the agenda up.
All right, great. Another thing from staff that I would just like help with is just a verification of how many people we should have voting.
Do we need to do a quick?
Yeah, I think we need to do a quick count as we kind of come back in here.
Okay.
I'm just because I just want to make sure we have the count right. Because once this is shared,
Yeah. Hey, this is my chance to grab lunch, so I'll be back in just 1 minute.
okay.
Then happy to help.
Hey, Brian.
Yes.
This is Kara. Sam is back, so he'll
Okay.
take care of voting, and I updated him via email on the executive session discussion, so I won't be texting you if you're thinking I'm going to be texting you a vote.
Okay. Well, great. Thank you.
All right. Thanks everybody for the break there. We do have a couple votes that we're going to take on the fish habitat 26 fish habitat conservation project list, Beyond the Pond board members, and we'll also be taking a vote on our commercial fishing representative. So for the votes, I'll turn it over to Ryan Roberts for the logistics, please.
Yes, thank you, Tim. Are you all able to see what I'm sharing here? Okay, hang on for 1 second.
Mentimeter's starting to come up now.
Now we can, yep.
Okay. And you should have a button there that says vote. And that should yep. So I'm seeing you may not be able to see votes rolling in, but I can. So
Ryan, are only board members seeing this?
no, everybody is seeing this. So we're gonna need to do a count. So I would say please only board members vote.
And logistically, are you wanting to share your screen with this, or I have slides with all the motions.
Yeah, because this doesn't tell, this is just for the on the ground projects. This doesn't include operations.
Correct. That's
No,
a separate
no,
vote.
Yeah, we have a specific motion. So when we're ready to get started, I can pull that up and
Ryan, both Sam and I are not seeing what others are seeing in terms of voting.
Eric, can you see the current PowerPoint that Kate has up?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay.
can.
That's a starting place.
Sam, can you see that?
No, I can't even see that. So if one of us gets there, we both consulted. I will give back the proxy to Kara if she can do it instead of me. But one of us
so
should
long as I
get it back.
see the Mentimeter.
Yeah, I cannot see any meter.
Yeah, no, Mentimeter is not up there right now. Just the slide up there with the project list motion.
I can't even see that.
I think Kate I think Kate overruled my sharing. However, I am seeing votes still rolling in.
But I don't have an opportunity to vote. Like
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anywhere to vote.
This is Alex. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to suggest that we move to a voice vote because we have several votes to make. The project list, the operations list for both the board and for partnerships, as well as the board appointment for commercial fishing seats and the Beyond the Pond. So I think in lieu of trying to sort this out and perform 4 separate votes, I think it might be just prudent, Mr. Chair, to move to a voice vote.
Okay. So what we'll do here with this first list, let me just get my bearings here.
Mr. Chair, I'll make this motion.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be great. Yep, I was just going to suggest that. Thank you. Yep, if you could get a motion, please. So whoever's making the motion, state your name, and then whoever makes the second, state your name, please.
All right, this is Steve Perry, and my motion is that the board recommend projects 107 fish habitat conservation projects totaling 7.38 million be approved to be submitted by July 1, 2025 to the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Interior by the board chair.
Thank
This
you.
is
Get a
Jesse
second.
Tushinsky. I second that motion.
Great, thank you. We have a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion and the second? If not, are there any negative votes? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Next slide, please. Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Chair,
sure.
could I
Yep.
offer that some of the federal board members or DOI board members, I'm sorry, may wish to abstain? I think Dave was planning to. I don't know about anybody else.
Right, Jason, I abstain. Yeah, BLM also abstains. Thanks, Jason. I stepped away. Appreciate that.
I just want to make sure we get that in the notes.
Yeah, well, we'll
Mr.
note
Chair,
that
I
all,
suggest we put that in the chat, those who abstain. That way we can record them easy.
that's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
So if you're abstaining from this vote, please note that in the chat. Okay, so that passes. We could move to the next one, please, Alex. Or Kate, whoever's driving. So could someone like to make and read and make the next motion, please?
This is Carter. I make the motion that the board approve the fiscal year 26 FHP operation funding list up to 2.4 million, contingent upon funds availability and board discretion in how to use those funds.
Thank you.
This is Stan, I second.
Great. So motion by Carter, second by Stan. Any discussion on this motion?
I call for unanimous other than those that abstain via chat.
Thank you.
It was Machiki.
Yep, thank you. So no negative votes. No abstentions. Will these abstentions, Jason, just to make sure, so would these abstentions, should they also apply to our federal partners?
No, because this doesn't go to DOI. So this is just a regular board vote.
Good. Thank
So
you.
same for the next one.
Yep, good. Thank you. So no, at least as far as we know, no need for our federal partners to abstain or anybody else unless you want to. Okay, unanimously passes. Next one, please. On board operations, could you get a motion and a second, please?
This is Jesse Trushansky. I move that the board staff recommend that the complete FY26 board operations proposal, $661,000, be approved by the board.
This is Pat Rivers, second.
Okay, get a motion and a second. Any discussion? Are there any negative votes? No negative votes. The motion passes unanimously. Next one, please. Next, we need to appoint a commercial fisheries representative. We had one nominee. Could I get a nomination for that nominee, please?
I'll make that motion. Chris Moore. Move that the board vote to appoint the nominee Sarah Schumann to the NIFAP board representing commercial fisheries industry.
Got a second?
Steve Perry, I'll second that.
Great. Any discussion? And I do see one abstention here from Ted Will. I will also note that even though we're doing this rather efficiently, do not feel pressured to vote positively just for efficiency purpose. That's why we're using. I'm just asking if there's any negative votes, but do not feel pressure to rush your vote. Okay, we have a motion and a second, one abstention. Any negative votes on Sarah Schumann as the commercial fisheries rep? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Next slide, please. And then you heard the presentation from Therese earlier about filling out the Beyond the Pond board slate. And now these would be, and Jason, just to remind us again, may the federal partners vote on these?
They would
Abstain.
It's up to each of them, but generally they would abstain from voting on 501c3 board
Yep.
seats.
Yep, got it. So thank you. I'm seeing abstentions come in from Sam and Paul and Scott. And Dave. So great. So let's can I get a motion and a second on this item, please?
This is Stan. I move that the board vote to appoint the 6 members below as presented to reform the Beyond the Pond board. Julie Carter, Carter Cruz, Jake Slager, Jesse Trushansky, Deborah Peterson, and Daniel Wagner.
Now to clarify, are we just voting on our 4 and not the other 2?
Right,
Is that
yeah,
correct?
the board member representatives, yeah.
So actually this should be
Julie,
you wanna-
Carter, Jake, and Jesse.
Right. So let the record state that the motion is to just nominate those 4, not all 6. The top 4: Julie, Carter, Jake, and Jesse. So can I
Mr.
get a second
Chairman,
on that?
This is Therese Thompson. Our Beyond the Pond bylaws state you have to vote on all the Beyond the Pond board members, not just the NIFHAP board members.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'll add Debbie, and Daniel Wagner back to the
Yeah.
list.
Yeah,
Yes,
my
everyone.
apologies.
No worries.
And
Great.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chair. It's Chris Moore.
Great, thank you. We see the exemption, abstentions, any negative votes on this slate? Hearing none, congratulations to those new Beyond the Pond board members. Next slide, please.
We're done.
We are done, right? So Doug, I don't know if you have any slides, but it looks like Doug Austin is up for a governance committee update.
Yes, we do have a few slides, and with Alex having computer problems, we're not sure who would have this other than me.
Oh,
Kate's
I
gonna
have all the
present 'em.
slides, Doug,
Okay, great. Thank you, Kate.
So I'll pull those up now.
So we'll make this relatively brief. I think we can run through this. We have one motion at the end. As soon as we get the slides up there, just to remind you, the governance committee's tasks are several, primarily to ensure that we operate in an open, forthright, and efficient manner. To do that, we've been working on a series of activities over the course of the year. You can go to the second slide, Kate. Which is to document procedures and protocols for the board. Of course, we've done bylaws, code of conduct, congressional designation, a number of other things. We're working with each of the committees, and a number of those are done. One of the things that Kate and I are working on is to find a suitable vehicle for making all these documents available to everybody, such as a Google Drive or other things. We still haven't resolved that, so we'll try to get these available to everybody, and you will inform you of those that access once it is available. The FAP evaluation process, the process that a number of us just went through and that Stan and Brian reported upon, is being documented. I think we've done some edits on that. We probably should have that done for you relatively soon, probably by the next meeting of the board. Okay, go ahead to the next slide. And Alex, if I miss anything here, just please jump in and interrupt me. Continue work on the IOP. Of course, that's a little bit challenging right now, given the situation of federal agencies, but there's been some great movement on that forward. NCPs, national priorities, we'll continue to revise those and update that as we go. We just talked about a budget. What we want to do is document the budget process and ensure that we have this in place. And I think the final action, at least for now, is the staffing plan. And we're not planning on doing that sometime till later this year. Go ahead, next slide, Kate. Continuing to work with these committees, as I mentioned, don't need to run through this slide. Go ahead. Board evaluation process is something we are going to work on, but it's on hold for the time being. Alex, was that you? Go ahead. Okay, Kate, next slide. Okay, so the one thing we do have to ask of you is to approve some minor revisions to the bylaws. Those are the result Okay, Julie's not seen this, but I'll describe them verbally. And Julie, everything is in the board book under tab 8. The ASAC reauthorization did a few changes, all positive to the process of the Nishap Fish Habitat Board. Those reauthorization was signed in December 2024, and it required us to update our bylaws. Again, Board 8 identifies these. Go ahead to the next slide, Kate. Okay, these are 5 minor but important areas. Board membership, we did increase the board size a little bit. Easing of the quorum requirements for voting or clarification of this. Board reporting requirements, technical scientific assistance funds, and the XCOM role in discussing and voting on board budget items, all were clarified in those. And again, we could run through each of these individually. Again, they're in tab 8, and I'm assuming that all of you have seen those. And I guess with that, we'd like to just ask if there's any questions on this. Otherwise, Tim, we could move this to a vote, and since this is a committee, it doesn't require a second. So the motion would be to approve the requested bylaw updates to the based upon what's in tab 8 of the board book.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve these, and you're saying, so is that in our bylaws that something from a committee does not need a second? Is that correct, Doug?
That's correct. Well, that's
Okay.
typical. Yes, that's typical Robert's Rules of Order. If a committee makes a motion, is assumed that the second is by the committee itself.
Got it. Oh, got it. Yep, thank you. Yep, got it. It's approved by the committee. Great. Okay.
So any questions on the bylaws in tab 8? Okay, these have been vetted by staff. The committee has reviewed these. It's quite simple, but clarifies a number of these items in the bylaws.
Well, thank you guys for that good work to get us where we need to be compliant here. Any questions for Doug or the committee? Okay, hearing none, could I get a motion to accept the committee recommendation?
I motion we accept.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
Great. John O'Keefe moves that we accept the committee recommendation. Get a second?
Second, Georgia, Ted Will.
Great. Thank you, Ted. Any discussion on the motion? Are there any negative votes? Hearing none, what the motion passes unanimously. Thank to Doug and the team for the good work.
Yeah, Tim, Alex, and Jason are the workhorses on this, so appreciate all the work that they've done to put this together.
Great. Great.
And that's
Did
our
you-
report. Thank you.
Yep. Did you have another topic, Doug?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Great. Yep. Okay. No, thank you. All righty. Pass it over to Alex and Jason for an update on the action plan.
Okay.
Thanks to everybody on the call for your forbearance as we wade through these technical difficulties here today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will give our routine update here on the action plan. Had a great team working on it. I won't rehash who all's on the team, but just wanted to let people know where we're at. The process timeline. We were when the board last met in January, we were right in the middle of conducting an external partner or stakeholder survey, and I want to give a brief overview of the results from that, and then talk about the draft objectives. So we'll move right into that. The survey was done in late January. We had 5 questions related to NIFHAP's relevance to the partner's work. One of the questions was really related to some of the communications work that the communications committee was doing. So I'm not going to go through the answers from that one because they're not as relevant to the action plan. But we sent the survey out to 140 partners that included state and federal fisheries agency fisheries leadership, NGO leaders, tribal consortia, and other tribal organizations, marine fisheries councils and commissions that are not represented on the board, and a few others. But we got 52 responses, 37% response rate, which is about double what a lot of people see in online surveys. So that is a really good feeling that people feel engaged with NIFAP or care about it enough to spend the time to fill out a survey. So I'll go through. I'm not going to read through all the answers to these questions, but just point out a few themes. And I separated the responses, the response summaries by type of respondee, whether they're from a federal agency, state agency, an NGO, or other. So first question, what role is NIFAP uniquely positioned to play as a national entity addressing fish habitat conservation? And you'll note the places, the words that I underline from all the categories: collaboration, coordination, convening, coordination. So that was the major theme from those respondents, from the respondents to that question. All right, question 2, and I'll stop after I go through these through the survey responses before I move into the objectives and give people an opportunity to ask questions. Second question, how can one or more of the 20 fish habitat partnerships add value to your organization's aquatic habitat conservation work? Here you can see assessments a couple of times, interagency convening space, prioritization and planning, advocacy are some of those themes. How can the NIFAP board add value to your organization's aquatic habitat conservation work? Again, national coordination, the IOP was mentioned, connecting states, coordination, communication, again, some of the same themes. And keep in mind, when you send out to 140 people, there's a range of familiarity and understanding of what NIFAP does. And so, so take you have to take these responses with that in mind. Last question that we're going to go over today, besides additional funding, because everybody needs more money, right? Besides additional funding, what resources are lacking at a regional or national level for advancing meaningful aquatic habitat conservation? And just gave some examples. Is it personnel, capacity, communication among partners, awareness of problems? And so the responses we got there, some of the themes were advocacy, communication, advocacy, facilitation, communication. So anyway, we'll provide these responses to everybody, these slides, so you can reflect on this a little bit if you want. But just wanted to make the point that the team that's working on the action plan really used these responses. I mean, it wasn't just an exercise to ask people what they think just to do it. We've incorporated a lot of those priorities and requests into the work we've done so far. So just before I move into the action plan objectives, does anyone have any questions on survey responses? Okay, I don't see any hands up. So at the last meeting, we shared the draft goals, which actually you all had seen these before that meeting and had commented and provided edits on those. And we gave I wouldn't call it the final version. Everything's still draft version at this point, but the goals we decided we were going to go with for now. And so since the January board meeting, the team has been working on objectives underneath each of those goals. And so just some important notes before I get into those objectives. One, just like the first 2 action plans, this action plan is a plan for all facets of NIFAP. There's been a little bit of confusion about some of this, about it being a board plan. It's not a board plan. It's not an FHP plan. It's not a staff plan. It's the entire NIFAP enterprise plan, just like the first 2 action plans were. So just that's something important to keep in mind. Second, objectives that I'm going to show you here are still draft. There's still some edits that are ongoing. I think we incorporated, well, I don't think, I know we incorporated all of the input from board members. And if you sent some input and you don't see a change there, we have a comment resolution table that we've done along with this that we'll be sharing once we complete all of the reviews and edits. There were a couple of staff members who submitted some some proposed edits that we haven't gotten through yet. So anyway, just wanted to point this is still draft. And FHP coordinators, we plan to send this out this week to FHP coordinators and let them take a crack at editing and reviewing these objectives as well. And they will have the benefit of maybe having heard a little more background than what the board members had before they were reviewing it. And another point, the objectives were crafted to be what we call SMART objectives: specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound. But some of the how, in terms of how some of these things will be accomplished and or how some of these things will be measured, will be added under each objective as actions or strategies. And so that was, I know there were several edits and suggestions made about expanding on some of the information we had and lengthening the objectives, and we decided not to do that because we'll address those things with actions and strategies that the team will work on this summer. So having said all that, we will I'll move into, and I'm not going to read every one of these. It would take a lot more time than what we have. I just want to point out a few things that that were kind of came up with in questions about some of these. This is under provide national leadership. So we address national conservation priorities, IOP, task force. And this third bullet here about by 2030, leverage resources and enhance coordination with 8 new national and regional partnerships that align with NIFAP's mission and goals. We're going to have to reword that because it seems like a lot of people thought that meant we were proposing 8 new FHPs. And that's not what the team intended to convey with this objective. It was more about enhancing coordination and leveraging resources with existing partnerships that might be things like Midwest Landscape Initiative or Intermountain West Joint Venture, or other groups that are already existing that have that not full overlap with FHPs, but some level of overlap with FHPs. Just bring more people into the tent. So we'll reword that to make it more obvious. But I know most everybody that commented on that and had a lot of questions about how are we going to afford 8 new FHPs, and so that's not the intent. So then we had one here about pursuing the full authorized appropriation, which the policy committee's already been talking about. Under the next goal of mobilize and focus national, regional, and local support for fish habitat conservation, here increase cooperation and coordination among various agencies and entities, board members' involvement, even a objective here related to Beyond the Pond, given a target for the amount of private funding being raised by 2031, engaging with congressional sponsors for reauthorization, the next go around, developing communications plan, and this last one, engage the recreational fishing community in fish habitat conservation by ensuring that 75% of FHP steering committees have a recreational fishing organization representative on their steering committee. And we had several comments about that, about why recreational fishing was singled out. And the short answer is because it's singled out big time in the ACE Act. You can do a word search in the legislation, and recreational fishing is mentioned multiple times, including in the criteria for project approvals. So it's highlighted in there, but we realize we have FHPs that don't address recreational species, so that's why we put 75% of FHPs and not 100%, because it's just not realistic for everyone. But anyway, again, just continuing to stress that these are draft, they're still open for comment, but just wanted to explain that. Next one, achieve measurable science-based fish habitat conservation outcomes. And this talks about FHP meetings, FHP prioritization plans, and then projects, obviously our annual project list. And then one that addressed a lot of the comments in the survey was by 2031, provide an online portfolio of regionally or nationally accepted science-based methods and tools that help partnerships plan, measure, and demonstrate progress. That'll be fleshed out a lot more in the actions and strategies, but that's yet another place that was something that I don't know that it was on anyone's mind until we got survey responses with a high level of demand for that type of thing. And finally, evaluate and communicate the status of fish habitats and address gaps in scientific knowledge. And this largely has to do with the national assessment. And so obviously the ACE Act requires a national assessment to be done every 5 years. So we'll have another one in 2030. And we also had put something in here about socioeconomic evaluation toolkit for FHPs. Some folks who have been around for a while may remember that there was an economic impact calculator developed for NIFHAP 10 or 15 years ago that was used that the FHPs could plug some information into, and it would estimate economic impact of projects and things like that. So this is more along those lines, providing some tools for FHPs to be able to communicate some of these additional non-ecological values of the work that they do. And with that, I will take any questions, thoughts, suggestions on any of this, and certainly you'll be getting a lot more on this in the coming weeks and months.
Hey, Jason, just real quick reminder on the timeline for this, or timeline for completion of this.
Yes. So we want to have the final version signed off by the board at the December board meeting, and then send it out for somebody to dress it up, if you will, and make it look nice to be rolled out in early 2026. So final draft version in December. We're hoping to have, we plan to have the complete first draft to the board before the September board meeting, and then September to December will be kind of a review time for the board, as well as we're going to send it back out to some external partners to review and provide comments and suggestions during that time period, and then come back to the board in December with a final version for approval.
Great. So there's an advance notice that'll be a topic in September, and so when you do get that draft from Jason or whoever sends it out, be sure to have read that and be ready to discuss it when we're together in September. Great.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you. Great work. Any questions or comments for Jason and the team? Okay, dope. Well, thank you very much for that.
Thank
you. Anything else from you, Jason?
That's all for now.
Okay, doke. All right. We'll shift to the Communications Committee. One thing that we did note there was a screening of a new NIFHAP video. Ryan is going to post that in the chat and get it around to members. So just to buy a little time here, he'll be sharing that electronically. But we'll turn it over to Pat and Ryan for anything you'd like to share with the group.
Thanks, Chairman. This is Pat Rivers from Minnesota. Our committee has met twice, both in February and May, and we provided a lot of edits to that video that was just mentioned, a lot of guidance on that video. That was finalized in May. There was a lot of offline work that was done on that. There were numerous versions of the video, and I want to thank Ryan and all the folks who weighed in on that video. It has come a long way from the first attempt that we had. Board members and FHP partners provided program testimonials at our FHP coordinator workshop and National Fish Habitat Board meeting in South Carolina. And my thanks goes out to those testimonials that were used, and also to those that weren't used. We all spent some time before the camera, and I appreciate that. And a special thanks to Alex for narrating part of that video. This past May, we, and when I say we, I mean Ryan, distributed stories on the video release and the 2025 NIFHAP project announcement. Both of those stories were picked up in the Fishing Wire and the Outdoor Wire, so getting a little bit of press from that work, which is great. We spent a lot of time developing the 20th anniversary communication strategy, which is in tab 5 of the book. This was noted as a deliverable at the January board meeting. The strategy is pretty well documented in the board book. The strategy does contain objectives that include celebrating NIFHAP achievements, increasing awareness about NIFHAP and FHPs, strengthening stakeholder engagement, and promoting long-term sustainability. We also have audiences, key messages, and concepts, including a PSA, which is currently being reviewed and finalized. Perhaps most exciting, I think, from the committee is some of the planned discussions we have with Coca-Cola, including an upcoming meeting with the communications committee, with the Dasani water team around marketing campaigns. Special thanks goes out to Jake for facilitating that conversation. We also are looking at a potential partnership with Meat Eater, trying to get the NIFHAP word out through that social media source. And I'll just mention, like a lot of things, we have some challenges with funding elements of this strategy. We're not communicators necessarily by training, but we have a lot of great ideas that we kind of ideally would have a little bit of a budget to make these things a little bit easier for us to deliver on. Ryan, is there anything else that you want to touch on? There's a lot in the tab 5. I'm not sure if we have time to discuss that or not, but anything you want to add, Ryan?
No, Pat, and thank you so much for covering that. I would just say if board members have questions as they're reading through that strategy, to reach out to me or Pat, on behalf of the communications committee, and certainly we will, try to answer your questions or give you any insights into things. So thank you, Pat.
All righty. Great. Any questions or comments for Pat or Ryan? And Ryan, thanks for putting that video in that link there in the chat. Okay, a reminder to everybody, especially new board members, we do get work done through committees. You've heard a lot of the good work that's been done already. So thanks in advance for considering getting involved with those if your schedule allows. Policy committee of Connor Bevan and Kate Sherman tag team, and I do just want to thank Ian Nakayama, could not be on the call, has been doing a phenomenal job as our chair with the whole team, Connor, Mike Leonard, and others, Chris Horton, but Ian's been a really good leader for us. So take it away, Connor.
Great. Thanks, Tim. I'm actually going to kick it off and then hand it to Connor. But hi, everybody. I'm Kate Sherman. I'm not a board member. I work for the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and I'm NIFHAP staff member. And one of the hats that I wear is staff support for the policy committee. So I'm just going to give a quick couple updates since Ian isn't here. In the board book, tab 6, we have the policy advocacy guidance document for fish habitat partnerships. We had received some questions about how and if FHPs should advocate for policies. And in response, we created this best practices document. We talked about it at the last board meeting. This is what we'll call the final for now version. If we get more questions and need to provide more guidance, we'll kind of keep this updated on an ongoing basis, but it's available for you now in the board book. Another role of the policy committee each year is putting together annual appropriation requests. And so those letters did go out, and thanks to folks at AFWA who submit it on behalf of NIFHAP. So we requested full funding for NIFHAP, of course, including technical support for the federal agencies listed in the ACE Act. And also thanks to Tim and the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission for also submitting an appropriations request on behalf of NIFHAP. So if there aren't any questions, I can take questions on those first two updates if you'd like, but otherwise I'm going to pass it over to Connor for some more updates.
Thanks, Kate. To kind of recap a few congressional office visits that fish habitat coordinators held throughout April, I believe into May too. There were 10 offices that were met with by fish habitat coordinators and steering committee members. Once again, these largely focus on the appropriations ask. On the whole, as I understand it, these meetings went well. I think in many cases, these staffers had little kind of prior awareness about NIFHAP, what the substance of of the kind of on the ground work looks like. But, given kind of the geographic spread of this and certainly the applicability to members' districts and senator states, there was a lot of enjoyment among these staffers in hearing about what this funding looks like on the ground. It really makes an impact going beyond, what sounds could be interpreted as a nebulous program to one that's really making an impact on the ground. And I think that was a takeaway, and would love to hear from any fish habitat coordinators that participated in these meetings in just a sec. But with that said, every office was receptive of the appropriations ask, raising that funding to the full authorized level, 7.2 million from 7.164. So that relatively modest increase right there. Okay, can we move on to the next slide? Thank you. Just to recap some of the offices that were engaged. Senator John Bozeman from Arkansas, Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, Representative Steve Womack, Todd Ewing joined all three of these visits, talking about the Southeast Aquatic Resource Partnership. I think we'll move on to the next slide as well here, Kate. And then to get into some of the California Fish Passage Forum, Sandy Jacobson engaged Representative Mike Levin's office, Ken Calvert's office, meeting with Legislative Director Jack Lincoln, as well as some senior legislative assistant staff. Meanwhile, Sarah Strassman from the Driftless Area Restoration Effort met with Representative Hinson's office, and Joan Drinkwin from the Pacific Marine and Estuarine Partnership met with legislative staff from Senator Merkley's office. Kate, if that's the last slide there, I would go ahead and just invite, there's one more. Senator Katie Britt, we ASA met with them as Doug Nygren was unfortunately unable to attend, as well as with Representative Simpson's office, but finally with Senator Baldwin's office, who is on the Interior Subcommittee for Appropriations. We saw Kaya Fox from the Fishers and Farmers Partnership join that meeting as well and get to talk to their staff. But with that said, I would turn it over to Todd, Kaya, Sarah, anyone on the call that could speak to their meeting and just that experience and kind of what their sense was from talking to congressional staff.
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. This is Todd. I just want to reiterate that I thought the meeting went very well and was very surprised how receptive the staffers were. It seemed like every office that we spoke at, all three were extremely receptive and supportive of the full ask.
Thanks, Todd. I think that.
Yep. Thanks to Connor and Todd and everybody who's involved in those visits. Do not underestimate the value of those. And for those who have not made congressional contacts, whether with staff or with members, please don't be intimidated. You know more about it than they do, and they're eager to hear from you, and it makes a difference. Okay. Anything else, Connor?
Nothing from my end. I'll kick it back to Kate.
Yeah, that's it from the policy committee. Yeah, thanks Connor and ASA and Teresa for leading those, and we really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks everybody. All right, Jason, want to bring us on home with the Federal Interagency Fish Passage Task Force biannual update.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just also add my thanks to Connor and ASA for facilitating those meetings. I agree. Can't underestimate the value of that type of thing. My update will be relatively quick. As you may recall, we had a discussion at the January board meeting about one aspect of the IOP is the kind of the federal, what was historically called the federal caucus. And This is something that most people think is a pretty important aspect of the IOP, is just federal agency, interagency coordination. And, we had the discussion was that this is already happening with this federal interagency fish passage task force that was led, or I shouldn't say led, but coordinated by Shannon Boyle at the Fish and Wildlife Service. And, we had many meetings and conversations about how we link that group up with NIFHAP and in some initially informal way to kind of provide an outlet or a mechanism for the NIFHAP board. If the NIFHAP board has questions or concerns related to federal interagency coordination around fish habitat issues, fish habitat conservation issues, that this group could, be a point of interaction. And so we memorialize that in the IOP, which, as was mentioned earlier, still on hold. I think Doug mentioned earlier, it's kind of had to push pause on it because we got to wait and see who and what programs are left when the dust settles. But wanted to remain true to the agreement that was made at the January board meeting, that the task force would give an update twice a year to the NIFHAP board, so that the NIFHAP board knows that federal interagency coordination is still happening and what that looks like. So this is going to be really short this month, this time, because I did want to let everyone know that regardless of what is going on in the federal government, this group continues to meet regularly. There's still, as you all know, uncertainty about some funding and personnel and various things like that. So there's not necessarily any forward movement to be able to report on, but I just wanted to make sure that we stayed true to the agreement we made, and that the board also knew that this group continues to exist, continues to meet. And Shannon moved on, took one of the opportunities to move on from the Fish and Wildlife Service. Unfortunately, we really hated to lose her from the Fish and Wildlife Service, and certainly heard from a lot of the folks at the other agencies on the task force that hated to lose Shannon as well. She did a phenomenal job coordinating that task force. And so for now, I'm not coordinating the task force, but I'm hosting the monthly meetings, and will just provide more or less administrative assistant support for the group in the interim until we kind of see how things are going to go. And again, at this point, it's too soon to be able to tell you anything about what the focus will be, but we do still have a strong core group that's still very motivated to get together at least monthly to see what we can do together as a group, which those who have been around for a while know that hasn't always been the case with the federal agencies. And so we want to make sure we don't lose the momentum that was built over the last 3 or 4 years. So that's my report on that. I'm happy to take any questions that anybody might have about the task force, but the main point is it still exists.
Any role for board members, Jason, that they play now or that would be helpful to you in that endeavor?
I mean, I think our federal board members are supportive of having their staff continue to participate, and as long as we continue to have participation and keep the group together for now, I think that's the most important thing. And maybe I might be able to better answer that question in a few months when we kind of know how things are looking as far as areas of focus.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any questions for Jason? All right, if nothing else, that runs through our agenda. Do have 5 minutes here. Anything for the good of the order? I'll call it new business for anybody on the call that you'd like to raise here before we wrap up. All right, well, thanks. We did get a lot of business done today. Apologies for fumbling a little bit through my first board meeting. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but thanks to staff for getting us through all the business that we needed to conduct.
Mr. Chair, Jason has his hand up.
Hey, Jason, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just since we have a minute, I hope he doesn't mind if I put Doug Austin on the spot and see if there's any update on the National Center for Ecologically Sustainable Water Conservation that that the board had issued a letter of support to.
Jason, thank you for bringing that up. The process went out for a national call for proposals on that. We did receive 7 or 8 proposals. Through 2 rounds of reviews, we're down to 4. And these are consortiums or major universities who put together proposals. We're working right now on responding to them with a set of additional questions and setting up board visits by the executive board of this in-stream flow committee to visit each of the 4 sites. Those will happen in September and October, most likely, hoping to resolve a final choice for a lead partner consortium by the end of the year. So the letter that you developed by the board was very supportive, very helpful. I think what that did as well as AFWA, AFS, In-Stream Flow Council, a number of other letters of support really garnered some strong attention amongst universities and other partners to put in a bid for this. And I think that helped tremendously in getting some really phenomenal and creative offers to host this center. So it's moving forward. We're looking forward to visiting with these groups, some really exciting opportunities, and hopefully once we get the center host selected, we can move ahead with the next steps, which are fundraising, development of courses, the whole teaching process, and everything that goes along with that. So thank you again to the board for your support of the Ecological Flow Center.
So Doug, with getting it off the ground, is there any, I guess, lack of better term, seed money from somewhere to get it rolling, or is it just someone agreeing to do it and then figuring out the funding?
There's a little bit of both of that, Tim. Part of the proposal request was to have the universities explore how their systems of fundraising would work with us to get this available, but also the board itself has been reaching out to partners, and some of the board have been meeting with foundations and will continue to provide some funding that we would gain in part of. There's no dollars right now on the table for this. And I think that will really open up once we get a potential host identified, where we can say, here is the group that we're working with. A little bit more real. Funding sources don't want to give money to these very nebulous sort of things at this point in time. So I think we're hopeful that that'll turn the corner once we get the host selected.
Good. And I'd be remiss if I did when you mentioned universities, ask folks to continue to put in a plug for those of you that have cooperative research units at your respective, oftentimes land grant universities, USGS it's just not my office. Cooperative research units through USGS are in jeopardy, and I know there's a full court press on nationally to save that good work. So if you do work with cooperative research units, then they support your fish habitat partnerships. Thanks in advance for any advocacy you could provide there.
And that, Tim, that's a really good point, because a lot of the proposals were built upon key federal partnerships like the co-op units, climate science centers, and many other partners that are involved in these sorts of things to string them together to look at flows, which are obviously affected by climate, land use, and all the other things that are associated with that. So yeah, it's all tied together, and losing one string along that line makes each of the others weaker.
Good. Thanks, Doug. All righty. Well, with 1 minute to spare, thanks everybody for your participation. And with that,
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
You have a hand up.
Oh, thanks, Peter. Sorry about that. Thank you, Jason.
I'll use 15 seconds of that 1 minute. We can't do our work without funding, and we've got some products we've put out with the video, and I'll talk to Ryan and the communications folks about a possible maybe campaign to ensure that folks are informed about why what we do is so important. And I think we need to put that to work and not wait until that time when funding is at question to make sure it's not in question. So not sure how you all feel about that, but I think those who wait with a new administration like this one could find themselves on the wrong end of the stick. So perhaps we should get to work on that sooner than later.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
I'd say that let's share that with the policy committee for sure. Let's get that into the right congressional hands. And then Therese, if you're still on the line and the good work that our new members of Beyond the Pond, let's exploit that video and other communications. Thank you. All righty, with that, well, we will adjourn at 4:30 Eastern time. So thanks everybody for the good work. And Jason, want to remind us the next board meeting?
Sure, it's
Actually, I can jump in on that. This is Alex.
Yep.
I just sent around the information for the hotel block for the next board meeting, which will be in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The board meeting is the 17th and 18th of September. The FHP workshop is the 16th and 17th. We encourage everybody to make their way and get in touch with Ryan if you require travel assistance.
All righty. Okay. Thanks for a productive afternoon, everybody. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks.
This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Take care, everybody. Thank you much.